Well, it's just my computer was trying to do stuff.
Mm.
It hasn't been turned off in a couple of days.
It needs a nap.
It does. It does. It's probably going to get turned off when I leave for work tomorrow.
Probably not the worst idea.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, fun times. Last game got fucked up. Both sound recording and what happened in it.
I don't know what you're talking about. That was a completely normal night.
For us, maybe.
Well, also, what happened with the sound is that my mic didn't pick up anything the entire game on our stream or the recording. And then about halfway through, sound cut out like completely, I guess.
Oh, no.
But because we don't really ever get people watching live, no one said anything. So that's cool.
Yeah.
We'll blame Kraken for last game.
Yeah, it's all Kraken's fault. Dang you, Kraken. Also, couple things I ordered just came, so I'm going to have to go pick that up. Do we want to swing right into it, or do we want to start or chit-chat for a minute?
We can chit-chat for a minute so you can go get your boxes.
Well, I was going to suggest if you guys want to do a recap while I go do that, because it's just two things.
Awesome.
We can do that.
Okay. So I'll swing into our intro real fast.
You good?
We're good.
All right.
Sound is working.
So.
Yeah, I'll be back.
Okay.
So, hello, welcome back. It's Tuesday, and I am your storyteller. I know it's weird, but there was a couple things that scheduling-wise made it better for me to run the next Atlanta game, which just so happens to be second half of last night of Hell Week. We do understand that we had some technical issues last time, and we will do a heavy recap. Cocia also doesn't know exactly what happened. So that is part of it. And the other part is the last half. You have to do a pretty thorough recap of. So before we get into introduction and all that fun stuff, this is World of Darkness. There are themes that some people find disturbing that we may or may not run into. This game is a pretty good likelihood of at least 1 or 2 trigger warnings. Just letting you know. Not going to go in super huge depth with any of it because I understand that it is a very common one. However, story-wise, it makes sense. So, and it has been okayed by all of the players involved. So that being said, if any of this affects you in a negative way, please take a step back, get yourself recentered, and then come back when you feel is appropriate. If you feel like it is appropriate for you to come back. If not, we do recaps. So I am Dengle, like I said, your storyteller this evening. Joining me is Buttons playing Shiloh.
Good evening.
Nen playing Steven.
Hello.
Cocia playing Beth.
Heyo, everyone.
And then not currently at her chair, but will be joining us, Faye playing Tory. So, sorry, got distracted by Nosferatu. Where would we like to start on the recap last time?
Beginning ought to be good.
Okay, so beginning, it's a normal night, right?
Sure.
for about 45 minutes. And then everybody convened at the bar except for Steven.
Tory finally met Dell for the first time.
Yes, that happened. And Beth wasn't there either, because she was contacted shortly after Barney was contacted everyone, which her thing took precedence majorly.
What was her thing?
You'll find out. We'll cover it here in a little bit. However, you got Barney coming in, showed you a live feed of the prison. They were doing a mass embrace there. You all stormed it, ran into a small group of fidmates who were out and roaming and tried to stop you. And between everyone that was there and Blitz, they ran away fairly quickly. And if they didn't run away, they stopped running altogether. So that was fun. And then you came to the actual yard where they were doing the embrace. Tory and Shiloh stayed down below. Steven and Dell went up top to go talk to a guy named Boots. Steven, how'd that go?
Steven tried to throw a knife at him and immediately got deflected. And he got intimidated to actually backing off.
Yeah. Dell was told to leave, aka compelled to leave, and Dell did. Found out later that they were a Dominion, a Banu Hakim Dominion that is 7th generation. They are just a little bit scary.
Just a little bit.
Tory knew of the name but wasn't 100% sure, which is why Tory was like, yeah, you're probably okay to go up there. Meanwhile, down in the courtyard, Tory and Shiloh made quick work of the mass embrace along with Blitz, just a little bit. You took care of the new embraces. The ones that were worthy of staying alive stayed alive, and the ones that weren't, well, not so much. They didn't really fight back, which is kind of weird. Usually they fight back a little bit, but this one, they were told specifically just embrace as many as you can.
Not concerning.
Yeah, don't know what that's all about. So you ended up getting 10 at the end of the day. Of those 10, 7 were on the better side of crime. Let's put it that way. On the passable side of crime if you have to commit something.
Deemed worthy enough to stick around.
Yes.
I'd had fun with the others.
Yeah. One in particular he took extra care to have fun with. But Michael showed up. That was fun. And this was with the new embraces trying to figure out what they all were. But who else showed up? Nobody important, right?
Clearly nobody important, I'm sure.
Absolutely not. No creepy black-eyed children at all whatsoever. None. Nope.
Oh yeah, the 8-year-old.
Did you? The werewolves too. There were werewolves there.
There was werewolves there.
Yes, they were using their gift of gem technology, I believe is what it's actually called. If you have the Werewolf the Apocalypse book. Sure, I probably didn't use it right, but it works, so it's fine. But yeah, so they did that. There was a creepy little 8-year-old girl with black eyes with a teddy bear that wanted to eat Shiloh and actually scared Tory. Like, actually scared Tory.
She was basically running away and then grabbed the werewolf and ran to Cyril.
Yes.
Yeah, Shiloh was confused up until Tory was scared, and then when Tory was scared, Shiloh was like, oh wait, I need to be scared.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Besides that, we didn't leave off on a slightly concerning note or anything.
No. Shiloh did rat Dell out to Tory for diablerie, and she also told Tory about Carissa being downtown. That did happen before her apartment got firebombed.
Yes, Tory had a very interesting conversation with Dell about explaining what diablerie is, what a blood leech is, why some of the things he wants to do are very, very in line with Sabbat mentality and how she's not going to stand for it. And he's lucky that he's in her barony because anyone else would have killed him by now.
This is fair. And for any of you that can see me right now that are concerned about, this is what we do on a daily basis, so it's fine. And if you can hear the cat, I do apologize, but he's loud. But yes, there was that conversation that was had. I think a lot of good RP came from last session, so.
Tory also forced Cyril to come clean with some things with both the Guru and soon to be the Barons.
Yes.
Not giving him much leeway on that one. Then we walked away. And then a thing happened with Shiloh.
Yes, she was going to her apartment to get clothes. And it blew up without her in it.
But she was right at the door.
Yep, it's like third or fourth floor, so it's above her. So, no risk of damage. However, before we get to Shiloh, and before we get to Stephen, and before we get to Beth, we join Tory. She has taken a bit of a walk after talking to Dell, and after everything has transpired, and wanted to clear her head a little bit. And I believe, since we talked between games, there is a specific call that you would like to make, right?
Yes. She is going to be on the phone with Winnie.
Obviously, he answers. He's at work. But he's got you on speakerphone.
Anyone there?
You know I work nights alone. Come on now.
Right. You have vacation time saved up, yeah?
A couple months worth, yes.
You're going to want to use it.
Why now? Am I being forced?
Not forced. I just don't think you want to deal with the Black Hand hunting us down.
There's
a Dominion here.
Well, I'm sorry, a what? Which one?
Boots.
Why is he up from Mexico City?
Hell if I know, but I just ran into him. Well, I didn't specifically, but he was where I was dealing with. Good times there. He's talking with someone too. I don't know who it was. I didn't get a good look.
Okay. Chances are they are trying to appoint a new one since the last one disappeared. So
right, but
I would be ready for
you have Samal
whatever.
and I here, and I think we've both started saying some stuff about the Sabbat. I know you haven't, and they probably don't know you're here, but if you don't want to be found out, you might want to take that vacation.
Yeah, I can probably go to
I'm not going to force you. I just
somewhere.
Wanted to give you a heads up.
Yeah. No offense, but I'm not going to tell you where I'm going.
Please don't.
That way you can't tell anyone.
Exactly.
Even if you need to. Thank you for the heads up. I'll put that request in, and I'll probably be gone in the next couple days.
Good. Well, relatively.
Yeah. Thank you for the heads up. And about this time, you show up to your new haven, and the man door that you usually go in, you can tell is slightly open. And when he's still on the phone, he's like, "Thanks for the heads up, and I'll make sure before I leave, like you're good to go at least short term."
He's not going to say anything. Anything else off about what she sees right now?
Give me a wits and awareness.
One. Guess not.
One's enough to realize that the doorknob has been melted through.
Oh. She's gonna kind of forget the phone's in her hand and creep forward, stealthily like.
Okay. So you do so, and I'm not going to make you roll for it because really there's no point in it. However, as you get close, you can smell. You said you're at 1 hunger, right?
I am at 1 hunger.
Okay. You can smell that irony, coppery smell that you've come accustomed to. And it's rather nice, but this is extremely familiar.
She's dropping the phone and running in. Just like, not even thinking about it, she's just running.
So you bust the door and you can actually hear Winnie on the other side. Tory? Like even across the way. Because I feel like your heightened senses would probably just kick in at this point anyway.
Yeah.
So yeah, you can still hear Winnie. Tory? Are you there? Everything okay? And you walk in and it is a bit of a sight. The kennel is tossed. Things are strewn about, and there are, well, a couple things. First and foremost, you have Raina that is in the corner. She's panting. She's been hurt. Don't know how bad, but definitely been hurt. But you don't see Kaja or Blitz anywhere. Or if that was the right one, I don't remember if that's the exact right one. Okay, Kaja, sorry, is the corner. My bad.
Yeah. Fuck. Okay, gonna rush over to her real fast.
Okay.
A quick assessment is anything like immediately life-threatening?
What is your pool for intelligence medicine?
For intelligence, for medicine, and I don't think the blood one. So 8.
No,
dice.
it won't. Okay, so 4, because I'll just go by an average. For real quick, not life-threatening. She's definitely been cut up. She's probably exhausted. Because you can tell she's got some not quite blood on her muzzle.
Right. Okay.
And she sees you and she kind of picks her head up and she whines a little bit, but she doesn't move.
Yeah, gonna real quick get over there and as she's giving her the once over, tell her to just to stay. And then Tory's gonna try and find Blitz. And the other dog.
So you poke around the main area and it's not there. You go into your living quarters. And if your nerves weren't already shot, you'd probably have a jump scare because the Toreador that was in the bag is sitting up against the back wall against where you normally sleep. It's been pulled out. Still fully in torpor. But it's just kind of eyes wide open staring. And somebody has plastered a smile on its face.
Still no sign of Blitz?
Not yet. However, there are some red drag marks in here.
Out or in? I mean, are they...
Into. They're going in around the back of the bed.
Gonna follow them.
And without getting into too much detail, you find Reyna and Blitz not in the best of shape. And by not in the best of shape, not savable. Reyna is, for lack of a better term, just, yeah, beyond anything that you could have done, even if she was still alive. Blitz, on the other hand, they took a little bit more of a ironic and kind of gut punch approach.
Okay.
And there is a stake. And attached to the stake, there is a note that says, enjoy, and you know this handwriting intimately.
In shock, she's just gonna kind of fall to her knees and kind of cradle Blitz to her for a minute there, not really believing that's happening.
And you're there for a better part 20-30 minutes before you hear a thud outside.
Immediately feral weapons. I'm hungry.
Don't worry about that.
Okay.
Don't worry about that.
Yeah, no, like immediately spinning and and just kind of not quite charging out there, but she's not being subtle.
Yeah. There's nobody there. And then there's another thud, and it's from down in the pit.
Ah, whoops. Yeah, she's gonna go.
Gonna go down there.
Yeah. Like rip the door open.
The door is actually already open. You can see a hand holding on to the edge of the door and basically been pulling it and like slamming it to, if somebody was there, get their attention. And you rip the door open. They just kind of look up at you and, I know who was here. It was, I know what they looked like. They were blonde, pretty short, younger girl, real pretty. And he's messed up too. She had somebody else with him too, or with her too. I didn't get a real good look at him, but he had an accent.
German.
Maybe. I can't place stuff like that usually.
Was he blonde too?
I think so. He had a long hooded coat on, so.
What happened to you?
They came down and they just started beating on me, and yeah. I tried to defend myself, but between her and him and the other one, all three of them, the other one that wasn't one of us.
Another one?
Yeah, they had the ski mask on.
Nothing else about them? Were they mortal?
They were mortal. They looked like they didn't want to do what was told of them. Neither one of them really looked like they wanted to do what they were being told to do. At least to me. Can't tell what happened upstairs, but I assume it wasn't very good.
No. She's just going to turn around and start walking away. You can just go to 99 bottles in a day or two.
If you're sure, then I will.
She's not going to say anything else. She's going to walk.
And he'll wait until either he hears a door close or better part of like an hour before he just vacates.
She's going to go back to Blitz. Just pull the steak out of him and yeah. Spend some time doing that. And then she's kind of just gonna lose it for a minute. And start if she still has her feral weapons out, she's just gonna like take out whatever phenomenal amount of rage she has on that Toreador, but probably at that last minute, she's gonna bite.
And do the thing that she has done before a couple times.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, since we talked about this beforehand, we have already rolled those rolls.
It's a close one.
So yes, it was a close one. But we'll see what the personality is later. In the meantime.
Oh, that's it?
What else would Tory like to do?
I feel like after some time, she'll remember something from her sire. And, like, probably the clumsiest she has ever been in her life, because she is barely controlling herself right now. Grab just, like, a jar or something. And cut into Blitz's stomach and reach in for his heart.
Now, for human and human anatomy, the heart's pretty easy for most people to find. Turns out for most people, animals' hearts are exceedingly difficult, so it wasn't even touched. However, on the way through, you feel a distinct hole all the way through both lungs. So while it was prolonged and probably more painful than it needed to be, you retrieve his heart.
I'm going to put it in that jar and just like mumbling to herself the whole time that you're mine, you're not, I can't let you go. No. Just over and over. She's going to drain some vitae into it to fill the jar and have it soaking in her vitae.
And I will ask a rouse check from 0 hunger.
I succeeded.
So you're still at 0 hunger. With an almost Garou-like quality, the rage behind the actions wills it to just stay at bay.
Yeah, and really the whole time she is just going to be, you're mine. I can't lose you. I can't let you go. Just until she can think again.
Okay. And it takes until almost sunrise before you kind of come down enough to realize that the phone's still in the doorway. The person downstairs has definitely vacated by this point. And anybody else that you may or may not want to call is going to be going to sleep soon-ish.
So she will clutch the jar to her. Does she have time to make it to Samal's?
She has a motorcycle, so yes.
Okay. She's gonna head there.
Okay. And it's not a lot of time, not a lot of leeway, but
She can't think of anything else to do right now.
But you do make it. You come up to the door and you start, I assume, pounding
Yes.
on the door.
Oh, she didn't clean herself, nothing. She's just a sight.
Samal opens the door and you can see his eyes go real wide and he just kind of grabs you and pulls you in.
Yep.
What is this?
Is he referring to her, the jar, or just the whole thing?
Just the whole thing.
He found me. This is... He took Blitz.
Right. It's him.
Gregor. And Haley, I think.
Then he just yells out for Kamari at this point. And Kamari comes out and he's in his underwear. He's obviously been sleeping. He's like, yeah, oh shit. What do I need to do?
She's probably on the verge of tears right now. Just not really there.
Small just kind of looks over and is like, you need to go to Haley's house. If she is there, bring her to me. I don't know if you're staying, but you're staying.
He's saying that to Kamari or to Tory?
The Tory.
Oh, yeah. No, she'll just nod. I don't know where else
And
to go.
At this point, he's like grabbing you and pushing you toward where he sleeps. And Kamari is like, yeah, I'll be back in about 20 minutes probably. Which, from this point to Haley's place, if you drive the speed limit, it's about 20 minutes. Then you can hear like car start up and peel out. Small comes in, he's like, there's no point in asking if you're all right.
No.
Because you're not.
No.
What have you done tonight?
She'll hold the jar. I remember it's one of the few things that Charles told me that he could do.
Do you have his things?
I have the locket. That's all I had from him.
Need to find them then.
I don't know where to look.
A good start would be Zemitzi.
We only know Cyril.
You do not know any others. Do you know anybody that might know any?
Maybe. I don't have my phone. I might. Maybe.
And at this point, if there's a phone in the living room, call Kumari, have him, is the phone at the, wherever you slept. I'll have him pick that up as well. You need to call, though.
I lost control and I don't know that Toreador's dead.
That is the least concern right now.
And she'll, still carrying the jar, just go call Kamari. She's not letting that go.
He picks up. And you can hear a door bust in. It's been about 5 minutes.
Is she there?
No, it looks like she cleaned everything out. There's a couple phones here, and there's a what a pretentious ass. There's a handwritten letter here.
I need you to go by where I was staying and get my phone.
You got an address for me?
Give him the address.
All right. Might not make it back by the time you go to sleep, but it'll be there when you wake up.
Thank you.
You can hear him like rifling through things. He's like mumbling things to himself. So, all right. You need anything else? You need like clothes or something?
I didn't bring anything.
I'll get you some stuff. If I find something at the garage that might seem interesting, I'll let you know.
Okay.
Because that's what it looks like at places. So
yeah. And she'll give him direction on how to get to the sleeping area because it's a little hidden.
yeah. And he's like, all right. Worst case scenario, I'll call you back in about 10, 15 minutes.
Yeah. I'll be here.
And he's, yeah. And he hangs up. And sure enough, about 10, 15 minutes later, he calls you. And
Nope.
you're at this point struggling to stay awake, but you're still awake.
I'll roll a check for that if you want me to.
You can. See how much you're
It's
struggling.
Unspent willpower?
Yes.
Oh, that's going to go great. 1 success.
Yeah, so you're struggling mightily. But it's a cordless phone, so you have it with you in Samal's bedroom, which at this point, Samal has basically just been sitting there in silence with you the entire time. He was like, hey, so you cracked your screen, not a big deal, we'll get that fixed. But you also got a message from somebody.
Who?
It doesn't actually say, it just says, I have an address for you.
I don't know.
It says, and they would have given you their signature. And by them, the group of 3.
Group of 3.
Is
What?
like the Ravnos.
Oh. Gotcha.
Yeah. It's like this is their signature, and
oh,
yeah.
I know them.
Yeah. And it's like, yeah, it's in Indianapolis. I don't know anything about that, but I'll be there as soon as I can. If you're asleep, I'll leave all to be, but if you ain't, when you hear me come in, go ahead and pop out.
Mm-hmm.
You see him, or you can hear him, like, going through stuff, and I'll be there in a minute, and you just out.
Yep. Yep.
And then we turn to Beth, which is, we've got to rewind the night quite a bit to go to. Beth, you were enjoying a nice, peaceful evening with Gramps at the garage, taking care of minor things. And then you got a message from Barney. Says bar now. And you and Gramps were finishing up the last little bit, like actually needed help. And as you were getting in to the cars, you see somebody walking down the street. Somebody you haven't seen around here before, but you definitely have seen them before. You see him turn into the garage, and you can see Gramps come out and kind of look around and points to the car. And Gramps comes walking over. He's like, "Yeah, he asked for you by name."
Who did?
Said his name was Jackson.
I was really hoping. I was just imagining things. Son of a bitch. Okay. Beth takes a minute, composes herself, makes sure that she actually has a wig on properly, and gets out of the car. Can I help you tonight, Jax?
I need help, and I don't know who to go to.
What kind of help?
And you can tell like something's off about him. Something's majorly off about him. Like he's almost as if he's seen a ghost, which obviously he could have, but probably hasn't. He is pale white. He looks like he's in shock. He's like, there was a problem with my mom.
Fighting every urge to like run to him and ask him what's wrong. Beth's just gonna take several very long, deep breaths that she clearly does not need. What kind of problem with your mom?
I think it would be better to just show you. I don't know how to explain what I saw.
Get in the car. I have to run an errand first, or you can stay here with Gramps. And I'll be back in like probably 15 minutes.
How long is the errand gonna take?
Probably about 15 minutes.
Okay, I'll get in the car. And he just like not even thinking walks over and just sits in the car.
Starting to get a little worried now. Beth is gonna kind of walk a little closer to Gramps, be like, "Can you follow us? Keep an eye on him."
Yeah.
Thank you.
He's acting weird. I don't know what for, but yeah.
Extra weird, which makes me worried, especially whenever Barney asked me to come to the bar right now.
Yeah. And Gramps gets into his car and you start headed to the bar. You pull up outside of the bar and he, like, as you go to open the door, he's like, "She ate my mom."
Cannibal ate your mom?
The lady that bought the shop. She's on the living room floor.
Uh-huh. Okay, I'll be back in 2 minutes. And we are going to your house. Stay right there. Don't move an inch. And with that, Beth flies into the bar and says, "Barney, you got 2 minutes."
They aren't there. They've already left. Because canonically speaking, they did leave really soon thereafter.
All right, walking around, or not walking around, just a quick search, seeing that Barney's not there. And I'm assuming getting confirmation from whoever's behind the bar tonight, whether that's Cameron or someone else. Beth just...
Always Cameron.
always Cameron. Yeah, that's what I assumed. Beth flies straight back out and just peels out. Huge donut, gravel spinning everywhere, and flies.
And it is about an hour and a half. Even at elevated speeds. You pull up to the shop and he's like, well, we live a little bit further down, but yeah. So you drive down until he tells you to stop, and he unlocks the door and calmly walks you up to the apartment. And when you go inside, there's nothing disturbed. There's nothing broken. There's nothing out of place, but there is a body on the floor. And on the coffee table, there is a handwritten letter, and it does say Beth on it. It's in very fancy writing. It's got a nice fancy letterhead on it.
Pretentious jackasses. Flips the note open.
And it actually says, Beth, I'm sorry. This was an accident, but it was one that I felt like I shouldn't try to hide from you. Even though we don't like each other, being respectful of each other is still warranted in this particular situation. And at the bottom it says Hughes.
I'm sorry, not pretentious jackass, pretentious bitch. Delightful.
I had your card still. And your contact information. That was the only. You seemed like you might. I don't know what to do. What? I don't understand all of this.
I would not expect you to. Do you want to drive and be away from here?
I need to get some clothes.
Get some clothes, then, Jackson.
And he goes and gets clothes, and it takes a while for him to pack, and you can hear him. You can hear him crying at this point.
She assumes, or I assumed, while Jackson is packing, that Beth will actually go to the kitchen and grab any food that is non-perishable for him to have.
I mean, it's decently stocked. It's not great. Looks like they didn't eat in a lot, and when they did eat in, it was microwave or like ramen.
Yeah. So she'll grab some Pop-Tarts and granola bars probably and call it good.
Yeah. And in due time, he comes out and he's got kind of a sports, like his baseball bag. You can tell he's got bunches of clothes in it. He also has his baseball stuff, like his helmet, his gloves, his bats. He's got his cleats stuck to him. And he's like, I'm ready to go. Should we call somebody about this? Or is this even something that like they can fix?
I apologize. This is not something that can be fixed. It's far too late. Cocia is assuming, although now she's wondering if, yeah.
No, it's way
Too late, and Carissa didn't like accidentally give Vitae. That doesn't sound like Carissa.
And he, at this point, he'll actually head out the door, leaving you alone in the apartment.
Despite trying to steel herself and keeping herself dead to emotions, a single tear runs down her cheek. I'm sorry. Things could have been so much better if I wasn't so stupid as a child. I really am sorry about this. And she's gonna text Barney. I need a cleanup crew. I'll do whatever favors I need to. I need to get rid of a body that Hughes left.
Who is it?
My daughter.
Yeah, don't worry about that favor. Also explains why you didn't respond. So it's fine. I'll cover you with Tory.
I'm not sure how she'd feel about that, but thanks.
It'll be fine. I'll probably go get, I don't know, Amp and his people, send him over or whatever.
Thank you.
You okay?
I don't know what to do with my grandson now. So, just it's a lovely night tonight. It really is. He's in shock. I don't know how to explain this to him without fully inaugurating him into our lives.
Might not be the worst thing. He already knows.
That's what I was thinking too. Just bite the bullet.
Yeah, rip the Band-Aid off.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah. Just don't take it too far on that.
Wasn't planning on it, not unless that's actually something he wants.
Yeah. He's the one that plays baseball, right?
Yeah, fairly decent at it too.
Worst case scenario, he gets a scholarship out of it.
Wouldn't be the worst thing. I think losing his mother was the worst.
Oh no, I'm just saying, like, as a result of all this.
Indeed.
Yeah. If there's something that I can help with, by all means, let me know.
Will do. Thank you, Barney.
Yeah. And you head out, and Jackson's still there, and he kind of looks at you and he's like, you got some on your face.
Yeah. It's all good. Let's go on a nice long drive.
Okay. And he gets down in the car and like he hands you like a towel or something to wipe your face with. Because at this point he's not putting two and two together. You get in the car and start heading back to the garage, I assume.
The very, very long way, depending on how much time we have.
Okay. And this entire time, Gramps has been following you. Gramps shut down the garage, told Bobby go home, told Thin Bloods just don't worry about it for tonight, we'll take care of it. And you take the very long way home. I assume that you have the talk that shouldn't need to be had.
Yes.
And at first he doesn't seem to even pay attention, and you start like really getting into details of what happened and like all that. You can see his expression goes from pretty much blank and like in shock to one of pure horror. And he's like, how do you know all this?
Welcome to the night.
Are you one of them?
Kinda, sorta.
So, what are you going to eat me to at this point?
Ew, gross. No, thanks.
Good, because I probably don't taste very good.
What does he smell like?
Right now, it would be the melancholic resonance.
That's what I was assuming. Yeah, you taste a bit melancholy right now. I'm not all about that life.
Yeah, I don't know what that means, but that probably tastes like Gatorade and energy drinks.
Yeah, those energy drinks will kill you. You should really be careful about those. They can explode hearts.
Bet you my mom would have liked that more than what happened.
I think everybody would like that more than what just happened to her. It's an awful end.
Now, Cocia, can I get a wits and awareness from you?
Oh gosh, I actually need to pull out my dice. I'm so not prepared. Wits and
It's
awareness, though, is 5 dice. Do you also need a rouse check for the night?
I wouldn't worry about it.
Okay, so just 1 blood dice for simplicity's sake. Not super great. 3 successes.
That's enough to realize that when you pull down the street that your garage is on, there is a bit of a glow down the street. It's a lot brighter than you normally would want, and something inside of you is telling you don't go down there. But the other side is saying, what is that?
Yeah, we're curious enough to go find out. Apparently, I rolled a dice for it.
Okay. You head down the street and you get close enough and you realize that the garage has been set fire to. It's in the beginning stages right now, and you actually see a couple individuals running away from it. You see Gramps pull up out front, and he whips open the doors, rolls out the doors, and starts pulling vehicles out before you even get started to move.
Fire bad. Fire really, really bad.
You can still see the individuals that are running away if you want to pursue them.
Yes, I do want to pursue them, and I'm gonna turn to Jackson, tell him to close his eyes for a little bit, and I'm gonna use awe to try to get the attention of the ones running away.
Okay. They don't seem to stop necessarily, but they're also not looking at you, and they're not really like particularly close right now.
Damn it. Okay, running after them.
Okay. Do you have any celerity powers out of curiosity?
No, I'm really regretting not taking those originally.
No, you can fix that later. However, you are still a little bit faster than they are due to supernatural abilities. So you do eventually catch up and kind of round in front of them, and they just kind of skid to a stop, and they just kind of look at you and be like, oh shit. And you've never seen these people in your life. They look like 2 younger kids probably doing this because somebody paid him to do it.
Who paid you? What did they look like?
I don't know, lady. She was, I guess, on kind of the beefier side, not necessarily like super crazy. She was brown hair, kind of looked like a cop, really, but she's like, go burn down that garage.
Does that ring a bell for Beth?
Intelligence and resolve, please. I know that's not the best pool for you, but it fits.
Just one.
Not particularly.
What about a name?
I didn't get a name. I know the guy that was with her sounded foreign.
Like this? And Beth will do a really bad German accent.
Yeah, sure. No, not really, but sure. Yeah. For all I know, he could have been Russian or German or Polish or Swedish. One of those damn countries over there.
As the anger is deeply setting in to Beth now, she's gonna... Are they like teenagers or like actual like children that she would need to squat down to be eye and eye with?
They are probably young adults, so probably around 20.
Okay. I was very much imagining the wrong thing. Okay. Beth is just gonna stare them down. Now run back home, behave yourselves, and if I ever see you again, it'll be the last thing you ever see.
What's your beef with him, if you don't mind?
I didn't say to ask questions. I said run home.
Just want to know why you so mad, besides the obvious, but sure. And they like walk past you. They don't turn around for a good 30, 40 feet. Before they turn around, they just start booking it.
Just for shits and giggles, could I... it's not going to happen very well. Can I follow behind them? Just slightly, so whenever they turn around, I could say boo.
I mean, you can. They do look behind them every once in a while. They see you, like Mike Myers walking behind them. Slowly, methodically. And like you can see them getting tired, but still like, just screw it. It's fine. We're going to run. Until they're a couple hundred feet away, and then you turn around and come back. Then Jackson's still in the car.
Dropping awe, since that did nothing for me.
It did when you got in front of him. You do not, however, see Gramps.
Jackson, have you had your eyes closed the whole time?
You told me to, so I just followed your directions, and he finally opens them. Is it okay to open them?
Yeah, I just didn't want you to be swayed by something.
And by this point, the garage is pretty, yeah.
Pretty bad, huh? Can I force Beth to get closer to the fire and start calling for Gramps?
Go ahead and roll me your unspent willpower, which should be full.
Okay, at least that's a decent pool. Four successes.
So the willpower roll for fire, I believe, is 4. So you're good. You can actually walk as close as to the fire as you want.
Still not overly close, but Beth is just crying out for Gramps. Gramps, you son of a bitch! You better not be inside that fire. Get out here right now. Your life is more important than the damn cars.
And you walk over to the open door, and you can see him. Looks like he tripped and potentially is unconscious. The structure is on fire, but it's not structural yet. If you would like to enter, I'll need another willpower roll. Or you can just spend willpower.
I will just spend a willpower, so take me down to 5.
It will be 3 willpower that you will have to spend.
3 willpower? Yep, whatever, that's fine. Gramps is worth it, I hope.
Okay. When you run inside, you grab him and you realize what he was trying to get. And it was one of the original parts that off of the truck. He's got it kind of clutched to himself. And yeah, he tripped. He smacked his head. He's got a nice little gash and he's passed out. And gets out and you kind of wake him back up. And he's like, oh, my head. And he looks.
Dumbass.
He looks at it and he's like, shit. And Beth's phone goes off again. Twice.
Beth will look at her phone.
First one being Barney. We took care of the apartment issue. I'll give you where we put her. And then the other one is Cheryl.
Beth will not read the message. She'll just call Cheryl. Please tell me that the restaurant is okay.
I got a call from the fire department.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. My other business also caught on fire tonight, which I do not think is a coincidence.
Yeah, I don't... they put it out. It's the building's completely lost, but they want to talk to you.
Okay. My clothes are a little burned. I just need a very fast change. Actually, screw it. I don't really care right now. I'll be there shortly. And Beth turns to Gramps and Jackson. Get in the car, both of you. This is a very long night, and I'm keeping you two both in my sights.
And Gramps climbs in the back seat, lays down. And Jackson just still sitting in the car.
Before Beth gets into the driver's seat, she's going to give Gramps some Vitae so that he can jumpstart his healing.
Okay. Can I please have a rouse check for that?
Bestial fell.
Okay. Well, you get a little bit hungry. It's fine. And heading up to the restaurant?
Yes, please.
Okay. You back up that way, and it takes a while to get back up that way. You pull up to the scene, and The fire trucks are pulling away. The police vehicles are pulling away. However, what's not pulling away is the black limousine with an individual standing outside of it.
You two stay here. I need to deal with my business partner. And Beth will make her way to the limousine, ready for a scolding.
You walk to the limousine, and the person that greets you is like, he's in the back. Doors are open. He's expecting you.
Thank you.
And you climb in the back, and Cheryl's back there. And Joey's back there.
Joey, always a pleasure. Wish it was under better circumstances.
Well, for what it's worth, it's not as bad as you think.
How so?
Well, we was keeping you around to push us smaller items through, but we got somebody else in the area now that's got a business we can ship them to. And you actually turn into profits done well. So the whole arson investigation, all that fun stuff, they said it was a gas leak, which was what the last one was. And that it was the utility company's fault. Took a little bit of convincing to do, but yeah. So, good news. You don't work for us anymore.
Okay.
Bad news. You got to deal with the insurance claim.
What a delight. I'll handle it, though.
Yeah. Cheryl said something about your other business going up in smoke, too.
Yes.
If we give you an interest-free, strings-free loan to help with that, getting it back up to what it was, is that something you'd be interested in? You did good work for us, and you didn't give us a whole lot of grief on it. So I feel like that's something that we could do.
So long as it's still mutually beneficial, I don't see why not.
Well, like I said, it'd be an interest-free, strings-free loan. That we got people that are willing to vouch for you that are in decent enough places to pay us back if needed.
No, that's oddly comforting.
Yeah. And he pulls out an envelope from his pocket and hands it to you. And it's the deed to the property.
Thank you greatly.
Yeah. Now, no more fires, all right?
I can only hope so.
Might do well to open like a fabric store or something.
I don't think that's quite my speed.
Something that doesn't require gas. Let's put it that way.
But cars need gas, and cars are fun. They go vroom vroom.
No, like cooking gas and heating gas.
I knew. I was just trying to make light of the situation.
Anyway.
Maybe a sporting goods store. Happen to know a young man that's quite good at sports.
Whatever you do with it, it's not a problem anymore.
Okay. Well, if you need me, you know how to get a hold of me.
Yeah. And Cheryl, you're good to go too. You just had to be around in case if stories didn't check out. And she just nods and she like basically pushes past Beth to get out of the car.
Sorry about getting wrapped into weird things, Cheryl. Although it wasn't really me, it was somebody else, because we all hate Nate.
Yeah, at least it wasn't him. And that's her like running away. And get out of the car. Driver kind of nods to you and gets in the driver's seat and drives away. Jackson and Gramps are currently sitting talking about something. You get back in. Jackson's just like, I'm tired.
I'm tired too. Not really, actually. I'm widely awake. Hopefully my home is still standing and we can all get a good night's sleep.
Yeah. You, following all traffic laws, following all speed limits, make it back home. And it's still standing. And Jackson's made a place on the couch, and you and Gramps sit there till the wee hours of the morning, kind of talking back and forth, trying to figure out what exactly it is you're going to do from here. All the cars are moved out. The truck's fine. The RX-8 had to be pushed out, but it's good. The client cars were parked in the lot beside it or never touched. So everything that was inside is completely gone. You know that. Cars, perfectly fine. And Gramps is just like, what if, and hear me out on this, we didn't rebuild that one.
I'm not fully against it, I suppose.
If we went and got a larger space,
Well,
something that we could do multiple things out of, like have a auto shop and then the construction side and maybe some other offices on the other side. Who knows?
Well, funny you mentioned that. I happened to receive a deed, and Beth will pull it out of wherever she stuck it and slap it on the coffee table. Will this do for your plans?
I mean, that'll work. If you're okay with making that drive, because I know you got to come down here a lot.
It'll be fine. I enjoy a good drive.
Yeah. Well, assuming that you sleep up there, we'll still have this place down here. So, what are you gonna do with the kid?
I don't know. What do you think I should do with him?
I don't know.
I was really hoping he could just live his life. Maybe just a simple bond, so he doesn't talk about the hard, dark things.
I think the kid's scared out of his mind. I don't think he's going to talk too much.
I don't think so either. That's why I said just a simple bond. Nothing like I did for you. Just enough to keep him from accidentally mentioning that, vampires are real.
Give the kids a leash. If he starts acting a little bit funny, I'll know.
Okay. I'm gonna trust you, Gramps. You have a better head on your shoulders than I do.
Depends on the situation.
That might be true. At least you're semi used to raising children.
Screwed up 3 of them. What's the 4th one, right?
Yeah. I don't think you're gonna screw up this one.
Yeah. He's already screwed up. Who is he
See?
anyway?
Low bar. Low bar.
Who is he anyway?
Oh, it's my grandson.
I'm sorry, what?
Grandson.
I assume Mom was before your change.
That's a really good guess.
I would hope, otherwise that'd be confusing.
Yeah, I don't think things work that way. I could be wrong. I mean, maybe kindred could give birth. I don't think that's a thing though.
Yeah, I don't want to find out.
I don't want to either.
So you hear about that thing that happened at the prison?
I think I got some texts about it, maybe.
Yeah, the news was covering it, and then like there was just a media blackout. It was weird.
Yeah. Barney's not good at what they do.
And then when they came back on, they said something about there was a fire from all the riots. It's bad. It's bad, actually.
How about that?
Said like a block and a half of people were just gone.
Yeah, that's not concerning at all.
Yeah. I'm gonna get a little bit of sleep, wait for him to wake up, and then we'll figure out what to do after all that fun stuff. Figure out how to report a missing person to the police without it looking suspicious on his end.
Yeah. Barney took care of some of it, I think. I don't know exactly what that entails. I asked for cleanup. I'm like the worst vampire ever. I don't know how anything works. I just kind of skate through life.
Sometimes you don't have to be the best to be okay.
Maybe.
Get your stuff together. I'm not gonna say have a good night because it's already been a hell of a night. Just get your stuff together. We'll talk tomorrow when you wake up.
Sure.
And he heads off to bed, and you're sitting there for hours by yourself.
Beth is going to probably slightly worriedly start ransacking the kitchen to see what we actually have in stock, because she doesn't think that Gramps eats all that much either. She assumes that he lives off of whiskey and beer.
There's actually a lot of health food.
Oh, good. Okay. Gramps eats better than I thought he did.
Now, there is an entire cabinet full of whiskey, and the beer, or the fridge is half full of beer, but the rest of it's a lot of health food.
Okay. He does eat better than I thought he would. I don't know if teenagers eat this kind of crap, though. I know I sure as hell didn't whenever I was a teenager. So Beth is gonna download the Instacart app and order a whole bunch of food for delivery. A whole bunch of junk food and stuff for Jackson. Bacon and eggs and whatnot, too.
Okay.
And then she'll leave a note to Gramps. Hey, I ordered some junk food for Jackson. Make sure it gets brought inside. The thing on my phone says that it'll be here between these hours. So, best of luck.
And you kind of sit there contemplating like, what your next steps will be. Till the wee hours of the morning until you fade off. Now, last time, we left Shiloh outside of her apartment with a large fireball that went off overhead. And we rejoined Shiloh right then and there.
No, is it close enough that it's like activating the flight response?
I will say that no. Given everything else that's happened tonight, that's suppressed enough for this.
Okay. Shiloh's immediately gonna pull out her phone, call 911, and report the fire.
As you pull your phone out, I wouldn't do that. And you look and it's Carissa.
Yeah, well, apparently I do a lot of things you wouldn't like.
You do a lot of things that don't make a whole lot of sense for somebody that's trying to hide either. Still stay in the apartment that I gave you?
Maybe at some point along the way I just decided I was tired of hiding. Did you ever think of that?
I guess everybody has to grow up at one point or another and stop being afraid of the boogeyman, as it were. Now, the only reason why that happened is because, well, it was a matter of pride at this point.
You and your Toreadors and your fucking pride.
Right. You were still profiting off of something that I gave you. After you destroyed my house, tried to take down my businesses, freed my prisoner, which I'm still not 100% sure how you did that.
And you never will.
Right. But from here on out, on my side at least, I won't bother you if you don't bother me. I'm sure you'll want to bother me, though.
You say that as if I haven't already.
Right. But like I said, from this point on, you don't come after me, I don't come after you. We don't ever have to see each other again. Is that fair?
Fuck off.
That's about what I expected. Been spending a little bit too much time with Tory.
Everybody's got to grow up sometime.
Right. Now, if you can get Beth and Steven to grow up, that'd be a great thing. Good news. I was at least courteous enough to get most of your clothes out. They're sitting on the bench over there.
Oh, yeah, gee, thanks. Why are you still here?
Oh, I figured it was a courteous final, I'm not coming after you anymore.
Fuck you and your courtesy.
Well, happy to see that some things never change. Goodbye. And
Shallow's
she
not
will-
going to dignify that with a response.
And she will turn and walk away. Then down the block, there is that same Rolls Royce. You can see the license plate on it. And it just screams, "Look at me, I'm gaudy." She drives off. Not in the direction of downtown. Seems like she's driving in the direction of the airport.
Shallow's immediately going to get on the phone to Barney.
What?
Carissa's headed to the airport. She just firebombed my apartment.
Great. One more thing I gotta clean up. Sure. I'll see what I can do.
I'll get the fire department over here. I'm more worried about where Carissa's headed.
Yeah, I'll make sure she gets on a plane.
Thanks.
And he hangs up rather quickly.
Second call to the fire department.
And they field your call. They're like, okay, just make sure you vacate the area and all that fun stuff. And by this point, people have come out. And within a couple minutes, the fire department shows up. They're starting to fight the fire. Does Shiloh stick around to answer any questions?
No, she'll slip off.
Does Shiloh grab her things?
No. She's not grabbing anything Carissa touched.
Okay. So where do you go from here?
Stunned a little bit and very concerned, Shiloh is going to she'll probably make a detour to a park that's somewhere between her apartment and Darian's.
Okay. To the best of your knowledge, you're completely alone in said park.
After a minute of getting her bearings, she's going to try and call Tory.
No answer whatsoever.
It's going to take a minute to gather herself, and next call is going to be to Darian.
And he'll pick up. Yeah, what's up?
Please tell me you're still at the apartment with Apollo, please.
Stepped out for a minute, but yeah. I was walking him.
Okay, fuck, Carissa just firebombed my apartment.
At least she doesn't know where you live anymore? I mean, I don't...
Toreadors, their pride. Ugh.
Yeah, they're the worst. They're literally the worst when it comes to stuff like that. Are you okay physically?
Physically, yes. I was outside when it hit, when it went up. Hadn't got in yet. Just a little stunned.
Okay. Meet me at the apartment when you get a chance. I'll make sure I've got something to help with the nerves when you get there. Probably something you haven't dealt with in a long time.
Sure. After this night, I could use just about anything.
Yeah. Let me get him back upstairs and I'll go grab what I gotta grab and I'll be back.
Yeah, hey, stay safe. I mean, there's a lot of weird shit going on. Like, saw something at the... Oh, that's right. I have something I need to give you. We saw something at the jail that freaked Tory out. So, yeah, I'll tell you more when I get there.
Yeah. And he'll hang up. How long do you stay at the park?
Shiloh will take a few more deep breaths, just out of habit more than anything. Try and ease the rattling in her chest before she very heavily picks herself up and starts making the slow way back to the apartment.
Okay. You are unaccosted on your way home. Well, to Darian's. And you go up to the apartment. It all seems about normal until you close the door, lock it, turn back around, and Darian's sitting on the couch. And there is a woman sitting across from him that is familiar, but not. And she's Cynthia.
What?
It's been a minute.
What? No. What the You're supposed to be in Chicago. What is this?
And you're supposed to be dead.
I am dead.
No, like dead.
I was almost dead. No thanks to you, by the way.
Yeah.
What's going on?
She just kind of turns and, so do you want to tell her or do you want me to tell her? Darian's like, so you remember when I said that I used to be a really bad person?
Yeah.
Well, part of that entailed messing with her family specifically. And I have to apologize to you about a couple things. First and foremost, I lied to you. I've been lying to you for a while, but I didn't have the backbone to say something. I embraced you to mess with her even more.
I'm sorry. I did not just hear what you said.
Yeah. That's That's exactly what I said.
You embraced me
Yeah.
for payback against my ex-girlfriend?
Yeah. And initially I was going to just kind of throw you to the wolves, and then you actually turned out to be somebody that was actually worth it. And I couldn't bring myself to do that anymore.
So what is this then? Am I just... I'm not your fucking redemption, Darian. I
You're
can't
right.
do that for you.
Yeah. And at this point, she reaches into her bag and pulls out the same type of pistol that Cameron has. She's like, well, fun fact, I've learned how to fight. Well, I guess you guys. I won't touch you. It's fine. You're not part of this. This is between me and him. Give me one redeeming quality about him that I don't just use this and then leave. If you can give me one, I'll walk out of here.
Shiloh's gonna look between the two of them for a very tense moment. Can't believe I'm saying this, but I don't know if you'll ever believe this, but he's more self-aware than most kindred I've met.
The term's blank bodies, but sure.
And not you two.
Well, it was kind of the family business that I picked up very, very late.
Family businessy. So that's where you were when you didn't come home.
Yeah.
And you couldn't think to tell me? Even
I
a little
wasn't
bit?
allowed. I wasn't allowed.
I was dying, Jen. You didn't say a word to me. I thought you were just moving on or something.
I know, and then I did come back and you weren't there, and I just kind of figured you did your own thing.
I tried. He got to me first.
Yeah. I guess it's kind of both of our faults that we didn't follow up. I kind of understand your side of it. I should have been a little bit more open. Now, buttons. Can I please get a... Do you have persuasion?
I do have persuasion.
Can I get a charisma and persuasion?
You can, as a matter of fact. Okay, I'm gonna burn a willpower to re-roll that.
Okay.
Much better. 6 on a crit.
Okay. She kind of picks up the thing and she chambers around. She stands up and points it at him. She's like, now it would be really, 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 really easy. And you said he's... How'd you put it again?
more self-aware than the others. At least he realized what he was doing.
You know what he's done before, right?
Yes, and I also know there are others that do it gleefully, and there are much better targets than him in the city right now.
And you can see her kind of start to squeeze a little bit. And she kind of stops and holds it. She's like, how attached to him are you?
Jen, don't do what I think you're going to make me do.
How attached to him are you?
He's all I had left until I walked in the door and saw you.
You can see her grip loosen quickly. And it's still up. And she kind of turns and looks at you and she's like, I assume you're one of the three-eyed whatevers too?
Yes. And Shiloh will pull the hat back and show her.
What's the worst thing that you've done since you've changed?
A couple nights ago, I drained an escaped prisoner who was being used as a lackey by the worst of us.
Why?
Because he held a gun up to my face and I was not entirely in control, and it was him or someone more innocent.
Give me another charisma and persuasion, please.
Six on a crit again. I have photographic evidence if you want it.
No, you're good. And she just kind of looks at him and looks at you and looks back at him. You're lucky. Do anything for anybody else in this world except for the one that you decided you were going to try to get at me with. I won't ever come back to Atlanta, but if I ever see you again, either you're going to meet what's inside of this right now, or you're going to meet the sun for one final time. Either way, I don't care. Do you understand me? And he just kind of nods. I deserve it. It's fine. She walks over to Shiloh. Kind of grabs your cheeks and gives you a little kiss on the cheek and walks out the door. After, of course, grabbing her bag.
After a tense moment, Shiloh, without even looking at him, will say, well, now I know why you were so worried about me turning on you.
Yeah.
Is there anything else you've lied to me about?
No, that was it. And he kind of takes off his bandana and kind of stands up and looks you square in the eye. He's like, in that, you could take me at what's left of my soul, the black rotten thing that is. And you can put all of these words on it. I have not lied to you about anything else. And I guess I'm not going anywhere.
So you were planning on running away when I found out the truth?
No, I was planning on running away before she found me.
Have you been keeping tabs on her?
Passively. That was part of what I was doing earlier.
You didn't think to warn me that my own ex-girlfriend was a hunter?
Didn't think that she would realize that you were still around. But I guess the cat's out of the bag and it's eating the mouse. Good news.
No.
Apollo's taken care of. So.
Well, thanks for that. You want to know the saddest thing about all this? The saddest fucking thing about all of this?
What's that?
Even after all that, I still can't bring myself to hate you.
You're too nice.
I know. I know it. The whole world knows it. Atlanta knows it. My own coterie knows it. Yep. Anything else?
I guess if I'm going to be around, I should probably talk to the local leadership.
I think you should.
Yeah. By the way, and he just kind of like points over to the counter. I think we both need it now.
Yeah. Yeah.
And there's a couple bags. They're unlabeled, they're unmarked. You go over and they're still warm.
Before we get too wrapped up in this here, and Shiloh will pull one of the rosaries that Dell gave her earlier and just shove it at him.
He kind of laughs a little bit. He's like, yeah, I'm not...
Keep it on you. Baron Samedi and his child are in town.
Okay. I don't know who that is. I don't really care, to be honest with you. I'll just assume if you're scared.
Hell, Hecata. Tory was scared.
Well, I guess it's something to be worried about then.
Yeah.
I hate this next part. If you need help, call me.
Bet your ass I will.
Now, I could use a snack. So he goes over, he kind of rips one out and dumps it in a cup. It's like, I suggest you do the same. I would say it would help you sleep, but it's not how this works. He'll sit down, he'll turn on something random on TV. He'll sit there and he'll work his way through his bag. Would Shiloh like to join him or leave it?
Shiloh will grab a bag and join him. Might take a little bit before she finally works up the nerve to get into it, but she will.
Okay. So when you finally do get into it, it does mellow you out a little bit. Kind of eases what tensions are left. And at this point, the apartment is entirely sunproof. It's to the wee hours of the morning, and Darian falls asleep before you do. But you are not long after. The last thing that you remember is Apollo climbing up on the couch, cuddled next to you, with his head in your lap. Now, I believe we're missing someone.
I don't know who that is.
Right. So, Stephen, after the events of the prison and then the schoolhouse, you are headed home. You got Leo to pick you up, and you're about halfway there when you get a call from an unknown number.
Answer?
So, is this Stephen?
Who's this?
Hi, this is Officer Lewis with Atlanta PD. I am calling you in regards to your father and your mother.
What's going on?
Your father is currently in the hospital, and your mother is nowhere to be found. Would you mind meeting me at their residence? We've got some things to kind of go over with you and see if you can help us with.
Which hospital is my father at?
The one downtown.
So he was going to hang up the phone and go to the hospital.
Okay. You head straight to the hospital. And when you get there, you kind of ask what room your dad's in. They tell you. You head up there. And there is a police officer standing outside. When you approach, he's, "Are you Mr. Harris?"
Yes.
"We are just looking for your mom. I understand that, like, my associate called you and you were obviously concerned for your father's health. I'll be here in case your mom shows up. Apparently she had a psychotic episode of some sort and proceeded to, well, assault your father. We don't know about bad enough to where he's currently in a medically induced coma. He's got some swelling, but not. He should be fine in about a week. If something changes, we will absolutely let you know as soon as it changes, but you are free to go inside. Do you have any idea where she might have went?"
Not off the top of my head, no.
Okay. If you do come up with something, by all means, and he hands you his card. Give me a call directly. We won't arrest her, but we will have to detain her and put her into the proper health facilities. This is clearly a case of mental illness gone very, 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 very bad.
Not the first time.
Right, I remember the report from the last time wasn't very good. At least that time she just broke things. And he steps to the side and he lets you in. He's asleep. He's hooked up to machines. And what does Steven want to do? Leo's not upstairs with you.
Steven's gonna take a peek at the chart, see if he can glean other information with the officer in the time.
Okay. Go ahead and give me wits and medicine.
Dude.
Okay. You see some keywords in there that it kind of lines up the stories. Like swelling, coma. You see a bunch of medications on there that you have no idea what they are. Except for morphine, you do know what that is. Machines are sitting there, and like I said, he's asleep.
Pull up a chair and take a seat.
Jerry takes a seat, and you're sitting there for the better part of an hour. Until from behind you, is he okay? And you don't recognize the voice at all.
Take a look around.
You don't see anything.
Not now.
No, it's. I'm here. Is that okay?
Steven's eyes are going wide. He's putting on something unnatural or unseen.
Okay. I will need that roll because there is a specific amount that you need to surpass to actually physically be able to see.
Six.
Okay. So from all of the pictures in the house and the figure that is now in front of you that is obviously a specter of some sort. It's your sister.
What?
I mean, I like to pop in every once in a while and just check up on them. I've checked up on you a couple times too.
Thank you.
Yeah, I know. I saw what happened.
Me or to him?
I'm sorry. I didn't quite get it.
Me or to him?
To him, you didn't see what happened that night, but afterward, I'd see what. Yeah.
I didn't think you'd be able to talk even as a ghost.
Yeah, it's you kind of. You're afforded certain benefits.
Guess if you're around long enough, you do get that.
Yeah. It's because anyways, I didn't hear what the officer said when you came in, so what's the outlook on him?
Currently in a coma. Might get better within a week.
Okay.
Any possible chance you followed Mom around?
Yeah, for a little bit. She went into a house, and at that point I was like, it's not worth me following her in. I've been around the living enough to know what goes on in houses like that.
I see.
She's probably looking for medication of sorts to make everything go quiet. But what she doesn't realize is it wasn't her fault this time.
What do you mean by that?
That lady that you like to mess with that ran the restaurant showed up at the house and told her to do it.
I see. Steven's pretty much actively gritting his teeth at this point.
Yeah. She seemed so nice, and then she wasn't.
Yeah, that's what she likes.
Yeah. Said that she was your employer, and like Dad got all excited, and then Mom asked a question, she got mad.
What was it?
What kind of work do you do? And by you, I mean you, not her. Because when she said, he's just a handyman, Mom kind of laughed and was like, that's not what he does.
She doesn't take me up as the brightest.
Yeah, she's kind of mean, actually.
You have no idea.
But she kept telling her to keep going until he, well, not like this. And then she stormed out.
I think I had something planned for her.
That's probably good. She seems like one of these people that doesn't need to be around anymore.
I think what she really needs is a little bit of sunlight.
Yeah.
Might cheer her up plenty.
Yeah. And you can see she's kind of trying to figure out what to say next, and she's like, and for what it's worth, if you remember what happened with us, it's okay. I forgive you.
I don't remember that well.
So it's probably good you don't remember. I'm sure that's probably why you are the way you are, though. So just keep remembering what you've been taught as far as my situation, okay?
Okay.
Don't look into me. I know you've seen me. I'm sure you're probably curious. Don't look into it. Just, do you know anybody that can call our kind?
I know one.
When you finally do go talk to her, bring them with you. I'll show up. Got some choice words for her, I guess.
I may try to track her down tonight just to make sure she doesn't get anything too much.
You can kind of see she looks out the window, and I don't know how long you've got to do that. And you can see that the sky is going from dark to slightly purple at this point.
I guess it's tomorrow night thing.
Yeah. I don't think she's dumb enough to stick around.
I find her eventually.
I can ask my friends to find her if you want me to.
That would be helpful.
Okay. I can do that.
It's nice to see you again.
Yeah. I'll leave you a message in a way that you'll know it's me. Okay?
Sounds good.
Bye now.
Bye.
He fades out. Steven, you look at the clock and you've got about 45 minutes till sunrise.
You can start moving out.
You head downstairs. Leo's in the driver's seat, passed out.
Scooch him over and say he'll take over.
All right, you beeline it for home. You make it just in time. Make it in your room, and you basically stiffen up and flap onto the floor. But you're in your safe space. Sun won't get you, and the day rolls on. Now, feel like doing at least the beginning of the next night in order. So you all wake up, and I won't worry about rouse checks because it's inconsequential at this point. You all wake up. Tory, your phone is in your lap. Beth, you wake up, and Jax is still awake and around. You walk out, and Gramps is playing Monopoly with them. Shiloh wakes up, and Apollo is moved off of her lap, unfortunately, but isn't too far away. And Steven, apparently Leo put you into the bed and took your shoes off. Would you like to go first?
I'll go first.
Okay. What would you like to do?
send a group check text, make sure everyone's okay.
Okay is relevant at this point.
Shiloh will just respond with what is okay.
Tory would not respond yet.
Steven's going to say, so he reads those messages, and the one not message. And he's going to take a quick look around, see if there was anything notable left by his sister.
Not yet.
He is also going to give Amp a call.
Okay. And Amp picks up and is like, what can I do for you?
Oh, well, do you know spirits?
I could be better. Depends on what you need to do with them.
Clarification, Steven's sister was asking for what to do with Amp.
When you go confront Carissa, bring Amp so he can call her as a wraith. 'Cause that would absolutely.
I ran into one, and they're trying to become more physically manifest when they see Carissa.
I mean, I can maybe call them. I haven't really tried, but you know, also I haven't needed to, so.
Wasn't sure. I know you did that one thing with the Wraith in the graveyard.
Right. That time worked, but like I said, I can try. It might not necessarily work, but worst case scenario, it doesn't work and I try again.
Yeah, we'll need to find Carissa first, so you have some time.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is get better at what I do.
If you have the time for it, naturally.
Okay, work on that. If you have a specific person in mind, or well, specific spirit in mind, I'm going to need something that would tie them specifically, that one specifically to this plane of existence. So if you can provide that to me, it'll work better.
I'll see what I can find. Not exactly sure what's tying them to this place, but I'm sure I can figure it out.
Okay. Yeah. If you need anything else, call me. And by this point, you can hear like video games in the background.
Enjoy your thing.
Yeah, I appreciate it. And he'll hang up.
Now downstairs and see if Leo's there.
He is. He is finishing up dinner.
Well, it was about a week.
Everything all right? I know you've been busy.
We've had some people of my kind trying to retake the city.
Well, yeah, I knew about that. Like, that stuff with your dad, are you okay?
Not really, but I guess we can just hope for the best.
Okay. I can take him stuff if you want me to.
I appreciate that.
Shoot, I can go over to his house and grab some stuff if you want me to. At least bring it over here once he wakes up.
Yeah, sure.
I'll go ahead and go take care of that. I'll leave the RV here in case you need it. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. And he finishes up his thing. He throws the sink in, the plate in the sink, and he heads out off to your parents' house to grab stuff. Now, who would like to go next? Beth, Shiloh, Beth.
Looks like Shiloh was ready.
Oh, wow. Gee, thanks. Okay, yeah, sure, whatever. I'll go next.
Okay. So, yeah, you get that text from Steven. And then what do you do after that?
Shiloh is going to text Tory privately, not in the group chat. And it's gonna say, I noticed you didn't respond. Probably means you're having a rough night. Call me when you get a chance. We need to talk.
We'll get around to that when I do my thing.
So, potential response. Anything after that?
After that, she is going to shuffle off to the spare bedroom that she's been using, pull out the laptop that she would have brought over with her, take it back out to the couch, plop back down on the couch, and while she's waiting for Darian to get back up, just gonna start ordering things off of Amazon, clothes, dog supplies, things that got left behind that she is not going back for anytime soon.
Okay. So $500 later, Shiloh has everything that is ready to be shipped next day. And then, Beth, is there anything that you would like to do in the meantime between Steven's text message and potentially if you all get together?
Beth is just gonna watch Gramps and Jackson kind of try our best to get a feel for the room and how they are both doing this evening.
They are in as good of spirits as they can be, all things considered. Jackson is still emotionally just drained. Gramps is on his way to burnout, but it's fine. At least for now. They're enjoying their game of Monopoly. They do offer to bring you over and let you play. Granted, you'll be hours behind at this point, but it's fine.
Yeah, why not? She'll join. After a round or two, she'll be like, so Jackson, what are your college prospects?
I had a community college around here that was wanting to offer me a scholarship. It was just a partial thing, but with Mom gone, I don't know if I can do that anymore, though.
I'm sure we can find a way for you to go to college if that's what you want.
Probably wouldn't hurt. I don't think med school's in my future anymore, though.
Why do you say that?
It's a lot of money, and I don't want to take out loans. It's not financially responsible.
I think we can work something out.
Maybe nursing school. That might be a little bit more doable.
Don't give up on your dreams, Jackson.
And still helping people in a hospital setting. I just won't make $500,000 a year. I'll make, what, 100 and something.
Sure. But you shouldn't give up on your dreams. You should do what you actually want to do.
Close enough.
It's really not.
And you spend an hour or two before Jackson and kind of heads off to sleep. You sit there with Gramps, and we will get right back to you because Tory, what is it that you would like to do?
So, Tori would she'd wake up and just kind of stare at her phone when Steven messages and everyone message back. Probably up until the point where Shiloh sends a message. And then, is Samal still there? Or has he gone at this point?
Samal has vacated the room, but he is still in the domicile.
Okay. She'll call Shiloh.
Sound like you had an even rougher night. Are you sure this is... No, you wouldn't be calling if you weren't sure. I'm just gonna get to it then. Carissa's been busy. She firebombed my apartment, came to gloat. I told her to fuck off, and she was on her way to the airport when I called Barney to let him know. Came back to the apartment to find a hunter sitting in Darian's living room, which was great.
Did you kill
Dealt
them?
with that. No.
Why?
Because was my girlfriend, and I couldn't. And she said she was leaving the city anyway.
So you let a hunter get away?
Yes.
Well, that's on yours and Darian's head.
Yes, it is. I'm telling you now, in interest of clarity, I don't expect you to do anything about it. I don't want you to do anything about it. You've clearly got your own issues going on. But it should not be an issue. She seemed pretty adamant that she was leaving the area and not coming back.
Well, you'll know what I will do if I see her. Them. So hope I don't.
In all honesty, part of me hopes you do, part of me hopes you don't.
I
So
see.
we'll just see what the nights bring.
Was that all that you wanted?
No, I also wanted to let you know that Darian is ready to speak with you whenever you are ready. We will not force the issue.
I think I have some conversations to have tonight. I'll let you know when I have time.
Okay.
She'll hang up. And then go find Kamari. If he's here.
Sitting at the table. Sitting at the table.
Is Kaja dead?
No. She's around. She's down in the basement right now, so.
Or I'll go see her. Does she need to go to a vet? Because Tory doesn't have her stuff to take care of her.
Tory does not. However, Kamari has all of the equipment that would be needed. However, she's already stitched up. It's not as clean as Tory would do it, but she's stitched up. She's limping around. She's still very much hurt.
Is a small
She's okay.
dog down here with her?
Yes. And the puppy's absolutely being very, very careful with her.
After checking on her and giving her some attention, Tory will go back upstairs and message Cyril, or Cyril's however she gets hold of Cyril.
She has his direct line.
When are we meeting tonight?
At your earliest convenience.
Just tell me where to go.
Would the zoo be out of question? It seems to be relatively central to all of us.
Tory will just laugh out loud. I don't know if she's on the phone with Cyril or messaging him, but she's just going to start laughing. Probably into almost hysterics for a minute, and then answer, sure. Yeah,
It is
that's
just
fine.
messaging. So, an hour?
Yeah, just have to get cleaned up first.
Okay. I can delay that if you need me to.
No. The sooner the better.
Okay.
Then she's gonna probably jump in the shower because she definitely needs it. And new clothes.
Yeah, she definitely does. Yeah.
And then she's gonna find some all. And like the whole time she's like probably kept the jar like either in line of sight or with her. I don't have a place to put this. Can you help me keep it safe?
Yes. He'll actually walk you back into his room, and he'll open up his armoire, and it's actually his little religious area. Top shelf.
Thank you. And she'll put it up.
I am the only one that comes in here. It is safe.
I won't lose him. I can't.
Yes. I understand.
She will do something that she rarely does, and as long as he doesn't jerk away, just kind of like put her hand on his shoulder because she needs some sort of physical contact right now.
He'll let you.
Just for a minute, and then walk out of the room.
Right.
And then send a message to Barney. And actually, if Samal's following her. Is he staying in the room or is he following her?
He would probably go back out. Not necessarily following, but go back out.
Okay. So while she's messaging Barney, busy tonight? And then turn to Samal. I'm going to need to leave again. Because she'll then pull up the message from the Ravnos. They know where he is. And I won't leave the sprawl like I did it last time. I need to make it. I need to break it up and have people watch over it.
Tell me what needs to be done.
Will you take... Well, I need to figure out in what parts. Will you take one around here?
Yes.
I have to go talk to the other barons tonight. Can you find a few people and ask them if they would do the same? I can meet with them tomorrow.
It may do well to ask your thin blood friends.
That was one of them.
And you also have a friend that lives on the east side, yes?
The Bruja, wink.
And you trust them.
Yes. For this, yes.
I have ideas about some others.
There is a Ventru and a Nosferatu I've talked with.
The Ventru probably would not be bad. And depending on the Nosferatu, could be useful.
Yes. And I know Amp expressed interest in a graveyard that's between mine and Cyril's. So, probably there. I have to get borders laid out, but will you find them for me and relay that I would like to meet with them tomorrow?
I will have them on standby with phone numbers ready for you.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
She'll get back with Barney then. I'm going to be swinging by. Care to join me on a ride? There's a meeting I want you to go to.
Sure. Do I need to dress nice?
It's only a meeting for us.
So no. Got it.
Dress how you want. And then she's going to go to probably the only entrance she knows about, which is near 99 Bottles.
Yes. And he is actually waiting for you there. Just you and the coterie tonight, or
Oh, no.
what's going on?
I haven't spoken with them yet, except Shiloh. We're going to meet the barons.
Couple things you should probably know about.
What?
Beth called me to do some cleanup for somebody else. Wasn't her fault, but there was a body left.
What do I owe you?
It was a rough night for everyone.
What I gathered.
Because there was others too, but you know, that was the biggest one.
My haven
The
was
garage
attacked
burned
as
out,
well.
too. Fun. Shiloh's apartment got blown up and Beth's garage got burned down.
I'll talk with them after the meeting. This was... Well, you'll see. It's very important.
Okay. And he'll hop in the sidecar.
Head to the zoo.
And off you go. Which actually isn't super far away.
Nope.
And when you show up, everyone's there. Johnny's there, Cyril's there, Dante's there. And the werewolf leader is there.
Sure, let's give them all a little nod.
And he's like, so what's this about?
Well, Cyril, do you want to start or should I?
Well, the long and short of it, because these two know, and potentially Barney knows. We have a visitor, sort of, that is a large problem. They are very old and very powerful, and I'd been hiding them for the longest time. On Hugh. And, well, long and short of it, he was in a cage, now he's not, and I'm not exactly sure where he went. But more importantly, his child showed up, and she's a lot scarier than he is. Far less smart, but a lot scarier.
It is a progenitor to one of the Hakata bloodlines, Baron Samedi, very old.
I'm sorry, what?
Yes.
Okay.
I believe he
Which
escaped when the fire happened.
Right. Which child was it then?
A child. She decided to grace us with her presence at the prison last night when the mass embrace was happening, and after we cleaned it up, she walked into the prison yard and decided to talk to Shiloh and I.
This might be a werewolf. Her name's Janina. You can see Johnny's eyes go real wide on that one. That's not good.
Ah, I take it you
Dante's
know her.
Yeah. Dante's still completely clueless. Barney seems to be following along.
So, now that that's out of the bag, that's a problem.
Yeah, a little bit.
There's another problem, though, too. And she'll turn to Dante. Were you aware that Carissa was staying in downtown?
No?
In your domain?
She's still there?
No. Barney, I was told you knew something about that.
Yeah, she boarded a plane to New Orleans yesterday. Apparently she's going back home or something.
That's a lot of problems in downtown, Dante.
Yeah.
I'm not exactly one to talk about it, given how many issues there are in the sprawl. However, I believe... Well, she's actually going to call Shiloh again, if Shiloh will answer. Buttons.
Leave, but
She is muted, or deafened.
Sorry, that was an emergency text that I had to deal with. I'm sorry. What did I miss?
Are you okay right now?
Yeah, it's nothing I can deal with at this point in time.
Okay.
I'll be fine to continue.
If you're good, Tory is going to call Shiloh. If she'll answer, put her on speaker.
Mm.
Shiloh.
Hello?
You're on speaker right now. Can you describe Carissa's car to me, please?
And Shiloh will describe the limousine in intimate detail, including the license plate.
Thank you. I'll call you later.
Of course.
And Tory will hang up. Shiloh lives in your domain, nowhere near where Carissa was, Dante. I believe she's staying at Peachtree Towers or something like that.
yeah. It's right around the corner from where her restaurants are.
Are you having a problem with downtown?
I wasn't for a while.
Are you sure?
That I wasn't for a while. Recently, it's gotten a little bit more hectic.
Is that something you can continue to handle?
Honestly, it probably wouldn't hurt for me to put somebody a little bit more focused in place of me.
Good. That's what I was going to suggest.
Problem is, who the hell are we going to put there? And Barney forces a cough at this point.
What?
Well, it was going to be mine until until I met Beth and Shiloh.
Really?
Yeah. The night they came into town, there was this big car chase. I had to go underground for a couple weeks, and I couldn't hold down the fort, as it was said.
Were you a baron of it previously? I didn't know about any of this.
No, Baron was, that wasn't a thing quite yet. Carissa was. She was putting in place other people.
Really?
Yeah.
I know I was out of the loop for a while in the sprawl. Given I was in hiding, I didn't realize the baronies were so new.
Yeah. Well, the Sabbat got kicked out in late 2018. Over the next year, give or take, she moved in and started making baronies.
So all of this is based on her.
Yeah. And Cyril pipes up at this point and he's, well, that would understand why everything's so damn structured for disarray.
Yes, it would. And she appointed Dante and Johnny, I'm assuming.
And Vic for what it was worth.
No surprise on that one, at least.
And Johnny's like, at least I'm mildly qualified. I do okay, but I also don't have a whole lot of problems in my area. And he kind of looks at Dante, unlike other people.
Gregor's here because of me. And I'm handling that. Shouldn't be much longer. Shouldn't be a problem much longer. But this is a problem that we need to take care of, I think. And she'll stare directly at Dante. I vote that you step down.
It's it's better than the alternative.
And that is what?
Either I die or you guys whip the shit out of me. One of the two.
I won't lie, given what I know about... And she'll, her lip will curl up in disgust a little bit. Our clan. I expected a little bit more of a fight from you.
Yeah, but you also can't be stupid. Know when to fight your fights. Know when to not. If it's a losing fight, don't go into it knowing that you're going to lose.
Turn to the rest. And what about you all? That's my vote.
Cyril's like, well, I'll accept his resignation if he wants to tender it. See no problem in that. Johnny's like, yeah, I mean, if he wants to vacate, I'm not going to stop him. We just need somebody there. And if Barney's wanting to take it, I'm okay with that too. He helps me out a lot.
I think he helps practically all of us out much more than we realize.
Not all of us, but the majority of us.
I said most.
And the werewolves at this point. So I have to deal with an ugly one now instead of a beast. And you, miss, I don't intend on doing a whole lot of business with you.
Good. The feeling is mutual.
least one of you seems to have your head on straight. Maybe in another life you would have been one of us.
Yes, we'll never know.
At least would have been wanted for us. I've heard stories.
Sure
A
you
lot.
have.
Do you need me here much longer? Because I would much rather go back home.
Mostly it was to discuss the other issue with the Baron Samedi, because I felt it was important for you and your tribes to know what the problem is that is going to affect all of us if it becomes a problem. Because it is a problem.
I will put on the table a very brief ceasefire and softening of borders, if you all are willing. Seems like if we need to find that person, two people that are good at it, it is us, because we can smell it. And it is the judges of your particular kind. I believe you call them the Banu Hakim.
Yes, well, unfortunately, the only one I know of who's here is not someone we need to talk to or deal with.
If you can find more, it probably wouldn't hurt to have them start searching. If you're going to allow us free reign of the city, we will find whatever it is that you need us to find. And in return, you can come into our territories freely as long as you don't cause any problems.
I personally don't have an issue with this. However, I am not the domain that borders yours.
Cyril's like, we already worked out other terms as far as how to make this work between us. I am not to go into their area, and they are not, well, he and Bones are not to go into mine without prior warning. We react rather violently toward each other most of the time, even when we're ready. So that is the terms by which I am willing to make this happen. The rest of his tribe and the rest of his clansmen, tribesmen, whatever it is that you want to call them, are free to come and go. And Johnny's like, yeah, just as long as you don't, like, eat people, you're fine. I don't care.
So that's settled then, I think, unless you have another stipulation, Barney.
No. I'll keep eyes on you when you get out here, though. More so for your own protection than ours, but for ours, too. He kind of nods. So it's agreed upon. Softening of the borders. We find the mutual threat. And then things go back to the way they were.
Agreed.
That's all you need me for. I will be headed home to let my people know.
I had nothing else, no.
Very well. And he walks off and he actually changes into a wolf. And his is like a dire wolf size. He's massive. He runs through the city.
I think the only other thing is to fill the last remaining barony.
Yes, and I believe you have a preference on that, don't you?
Yes, I do. Funny enough, yet another Nosferatu.
Is it that cornbread guy?
Yes.
He ain't too bad.
No, I think he did a good job at keeping the sprawl from not turning into a steaming pile of shit while I was gone.
Yeah, especially given everything that happened, really.
Yes. Shall I call him to come here? If we're all in agreement. Of course, this is going to be something from all of us, agreement-wise.
Johnny at this point's like, well, even if it's 3-1, you guys win, and I don't have a problem with him. Actually, he stays out of my business, which is weird for Nos, but so I'm fine with that.
You'll shoot Cornbread a text asking him to come to the zoo.
I can be there in a minute, and within 5 minutes, he's there.
Well, good news for you. Congratulations, you're a baron now.
I didn't even have to get baptized. Awesome. It's a joke. You can laugh.
Apologies, it's been quite the night. Well,
Yeah,
yesterday was.
I heard about some of the stuff that happened last night.
Yeah. Haley decided to attack my haven, so I'm not sure what has happened to her or what else she has done.
About that time, your hand brushes your pocket and you realize you have a piece of paper in your pocket.
I guess you'll pull out and read it.
And it is in a very girly handwriting, traditionally girly, and it is what would it say, Faye?
It would say that we all have people pulling our strings. For what it's worth, I'm sorry.
Be about that simple too. Please tell me it was in like pink ink or something.
Something like that. Glittery. I think Gregor has her. So, as I said, I'm going to be taking care of that issue relatively soon.
Well, probably for the better then.
Yes, I finally got a location on him.
Do you need any support in that particular sense? Right up there. I assume it's up because it's not a whole lot down.
I believe I'll have that covered.
Who are you appointing to oversee your barony in the meantime? Because I assume that you're going to be leaving relatively soon.
I am breaking my barony into sections and appointing each a person to watch over it.
Good, 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 good. I was already in the process of doing so also.
But overall, if there is an actual issue, Simone will take care of it.
Good, somebody fully competent, not mostly. And I mean that in most respect I can, Cornbread.
Yes, well,
And he just kind of
he
smiles.
suddenly has a lighter burden that he had before.
I wouldn't necessarily call it lighter, but sure. I've got to set one up again.
Well, we're not actively at war with the Camarilla now.
That's the positive on that. Not actively at war with the Sabbat or anybody. So maybe I have a little bit of breathing room.
Who's saying that?
Cornbread.
Right. Had I remembered the date, I would not have left when I did. Nothing had happened the previous few years, so I didn't feel it was important.
Yeah. It's It's okay.
It's not a date I care about anymore.
Well, it's a date that's on my calendar from here on out.
Right. Was there anything else we needed to go over?
Well, there is one more thing, and I believe everyone is probably going to benefit from this. I have it on good authority that Johnny can see inside of you. And Bonnie, I'm not 100% sure that you know, and Cornbread, I'm not 100% sure you know, but Tory, you know this. I have eaten people before. Therefore, if that comes out and you have an issue with it, take it up with me, not with somebody else.
I have as well. Oh, yes. The same for me.
And Barney just kind of like shakes his head. Cornbread's like, yeah, kind of expected it, not gonna lie. And Johnny's like, yeah.
Only I would like to have a conversation with you. Don't worry if you don't feel comfortable. I will stay several feet away from you.
I don't think that you're gonna do it here if you're gonna do it, so.
No. If it puts you at ease, your clan is one I tend to stay away from.
Oh, good. That's probably why you haven't eaten Steven yet. And they will, everybody except for Johnny will kind of go their separate ways. And Johnny hangs back. So, what's happened, Captain?
During the mass embrace the other night, I had a Malkavian show up as one of the people that didn't need to be taken care of in that way. I, quite frankly, don't trust Steven to handle that at all well. And your clan is a difficult one to mentor.
Yeah, we tend to either not listen or listen way too intently.
And if one isn't familiar with the difficulties that come with your clan and who they look for, it's not easy.
Right.
If you don't want to handle them, I will figure out something else, but can I send them to you?
Yes. And I do have one final request from you, if it's okay if I make one.
Of course.
if you get to wherever you're going and you eat somebody, don't tell me. I'm apparently the only one that cares right now as far as leadership's concerned, and I'm not going to say anything. Because I feel like that's one of those things. You get mad enough, you'll probably do it.
Don't worry, I think you're safe.
Yeah, I just want to not know about it, okay?
You will likely
And
never hear about it from me again.
And I promise you, I'll never look at you with those eyes. So I will keep as much plausible deniability as I can, okay?
Right. I did. The only reason I know you can do that is because I heard you had a reaction to the new La Sombra that is hanging out with my group.
Yeah, it looked like he had recently done it. And he was standing over a pile of bones, and it wasn't a good look.
We've had a conversation about stupid choices.
That's probably good.
And consequences of actions.
Probably good. From here on out, keep that stuff under wraps, please.
Yeah. That should not be happening again.
Yeah.
I will message you once I get more information about the Malkavian. They're staying with Johnny currently because I don't have a place for them. I mean, Barney.
Yeah, I was about to...
Yeah, I meant to say Barney.
Well, you can actually send them up to the club. I'll get them set up in at least one of my safe houses.
I appreciate it. Let me know if you need anything. She'll smile a little bit. Taken care of.
I hope I don't.
Right.
It's for all of our sakes.
He will start to walk away unless he has more to say.
He doesn't have anything more to say. So
She will
hop in his car and he will drive away.
She'll message the group. Care to meet at the bar?
When?
As soon as you can. It is not an emergency, though.
Should I bring a tag along?
Actually, yeah, I think that would be good. If you guys want to give us maybe an hour until to Steven and Beth. You guys want to give about an hour so I can have another talk. But then I think we all need to talk.
Sounds good.
Thumbs up.
All right.
And then Tori's gonna call Rufus.
Yeah.
You know a Zanitsi, don't you?
I know a lot of them. Why?
I have a favor to ask.
Okay.
I need to find a certain family that they would know about, that I don't know how to contact.
Which one?
The Bradovich.
I will talk to Kat and figure out if any of hers came from them.
Thank you.
Is there anything else that you need from me?
I need to get the rest of the information. But would you perhaps be up for a road trip it'll be rather dangerous.
Always.
Wonderful.
Where to, and what can I expect?
Indianapolis. And, well, a certain Tremere might be there.
That one that you were complaining about first time we met.
Yes.
Well, if that's the case, I might have to bring a tag along.
As will I.
Let me know when to be there, and I'll make sure that we are there.
I will. And all debts wiped clean after.
That means that much to you.
As I said, it
By
will
the way-
be very dangerous.
Good to know. By the way, my local Thin Bloods like the gift that you sent me.
Oh, good.
Haven't seen the originals, obviously, but the transcribed bits seem to be a hit.
Glad to hear it. I haven't talked with the ones around here about that, but
Some are more receptive than others.
well, when an entire chapter of that kind of book basically says you're bringing about the end of the world, hard to take it well.
Yeah, try to spin it in a more traditionally religious fashion. It typically goes over better.
You always did have a way with words.
Pride myself into making people think what I want them to think. Those that know the truth are more dangerous than those that don't.
Isn't it always like that?
Yes. Anyway, I have to go. I will stay in touch.
When I have more information, I will get it to you.
That's good.
Hang up and make our way to the bar.
All right. And I assume Shiloh's taking Darian.
Mm-hmm.
Do we want to continue this conversation tonight or end it?
That is up to everyone. How much more do you guys want to go?
Mine needs to go to bed soon.
Sadly, same.
I'm good for
You can-
however long.
I am too. I'm probably not going to be sleeping much tonight.
Okay. So the coterie conversations, basically, you guys are going to Indy, right?
I think so.
We'll wait for Faye to get back to confirm that. If that's the case, we will hand wave figuring out who goes.
Might also be a check-in to see how everybody's doing. I'm sure Tory would be interested in why everybody called Barney and not her.
To be fair, you guys did text and call her, so
Yeah.
she was just busy.
I think only Shiloh did, technically.
I mean, Steven texted the whole group.
Okay, Beth
She just didn't
really bad at
respond.
communicating.
Beth was busy.
Yeah, Beth was preoccupied with slightly more important matters to herself.
Sorry, had to step away for a second.
Good.
So yeah, Tory will tell them about Barney, tell them about Indianapolis, that thing for Gregor. She will tell them Reyna is dead, but not mention anything about Blitz. And that her haven was attacked.
Yeah, it kind of sounds like a full conversation we should probably actually have. Personally, that's coming from me.
Okay, we can do that.
Yeah, I mean, if Buttons doesn't want to go, Tory and Shiloh can have their conversation with thing if the other two need to leave.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not gonna sleep much, but I do have to be up in 5 hours, so.
Yes, same. I'd be in work doors in 5 hours.
Yeah, I can't do that. I'm not awesome like you.
I just live off caffeine. It's fine.
Yeah. All right. So, Cocia, then we will see you next time we convene.
Have a good night.
Good
Sweet
night.
dreams, everyone.
Farewell.
However,
Do we want to have this conversation now? I feel like it'd be a good time for it.
Yes, I feel like it would be as well.
I punched the desk.
Are you all right?
I punched the desk. I'm good.
all right. So, Shiloh shows up with Darian. Darian walks in freely.
Tory will be sitting on, well, assuming she gets there first, because the zoo's pretty close. She'll just be sitting on the couch, kind of staring off into nothing.
This is the first time she's been at the bar. Yeah?
Darian?
No. Tory. First time she's been at the bar since last night.
Yes.
Or anyone's been at the bar since last night.
Yeah. No, she'll check in with Cam. Definitely.
He would question, like, what were you doing last night upstairs? It was real loud.
What? I wasn't here.
Oh, well, we should probably go upstairs then. Sure, they're not there anymore, but somebody was upstairs and they were tossing shit around.
She'll actually, sprint up there.
And it has been tossed. It's been destroyed. The coffee table is destroyed, split in half. Everything's thrown to pieces. The lab has been destroyed. That's there. The surgery room is in disarray.
The lab wasn't there. The lab was at the kennel.
Yeah. Either way, destroyed. But the surgery room's in disarray and everything's thrown everywhere. And the blood bags that were there are gone.
Ah. And it's only Cameron there?
Right now, yeah.
They killed Blitz and Reyna.
That's not good.
No.
So you're gonna... Where are you going to kill him?
Indianapolis.
Yeah. Well, what it's worth, I'll try to keep it under wraps that you're gone.
The people who need to know will know. But other than that, I think that's for the best.
Yeah.
Question for you.
Yeah.
How would you feel about expanding the bar into new locations?
I was about to say, expanding the footprint of the bar probably wouldn't be the best idea, but new locations I wouldn't be necessarily opposed to it. It's not something that I want to do, but it's probably for the best.
I'm breaking my domain up into pieces, and I think having one in each of them would be a good idea.
All right, where do I need to start looking? And he'll actually pull a map out of his pocket. Like, he just has a paper map.
I won't even ask why.
Logistics for other dealings. It's just something that I have done for the last 10, 15 years. So,
Sure. And she'll actually take a pencil or a marker or something and kind of start tracing out areas, erasing them, and going over ones. Ending up with that thing that we came up with the other day.
Yep. Which, if you want to find that, it will be on our Discord.
Yeah,
Just
go find that. I think one in each of these would be fantastic. Just to show a presence.
I know down south, these two will probably be fine. There's the one over South River Gardens, that'll probably be a little bit harder to find, but I can still find one. Thomasville's got a bunch of old strip malls that I can run a place in. Way up north, I'm probably gonna have to do a nicer version of this, but yeah. And then I'd probably open something near the zoo. Shoot, if I do it right, they might actually sponsor me.
Yeah.
Or, I mean, realistically, I probably could just go a little bit north of here and go to Lakewood and open something inside the actual venues. I know they're looking for somebody that'll do that.
I think you have a better grasp on the logistics there than I do.
Well, when you leaving?
I'm not sure yet, but probably soon.
So, by the time you get back, I'll have them at least rented and started renovating.
Thank you.
I can use your guy George for that, right?
Yeah. Yep.
All right. I know he's got a bunch of projects, but this one might be a little bit more easy for him.
Maybe a little bit higher priority, too.
Yeah. Do that. Don't worry about the mess. I'll clean up the mess.
Don't worry overly much about the surgery room.
Okay.
This will still probably be where people come to meet me, but I doubt I'll be touching that anytime soon.
Okay.
Thank you.
No problem. And he'll actually vacate as Shiloh and Darian walk in.
Or I'll just kind of be standing in the middle of the room then. They hit everywhere, apparently.
I can see that.
You missing something important?
Not sure. Didn't really keep anything here anymore.
This was just a big fuck you then.
Ooh, is Tory's laptop there still?
The laptop probably was. And the laptop is there. It's in one piece.
Yeah, she would only keep it there. She wouldn't actually move it from place to place, really.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
What?
I'd completely forgotten about it with everything that happened. Gregor and Carissa sent me a thumb drive.
How do you know it? How did you know it was them?
As I plugged it in.
Okay.
And I believe it was like a message, like a video message, right?
It was a direct link to a video call.
And it opened to a video call before I could do anything. I didn't know who it was from at first. And I tossed it under the coffee table once it was done because other shit happened and I completely forgot about it. Wonderful. I wonder what was on there that they wanted so much.
You know how that type of stuff works is if you connect to that call, you can backtrace the IP on their end.
I don't know how any of that works. Not
Basically,
really.
you can figure out where they are from that video call.
Wonderful.
As long as you haven't completely wiped your computer, they can probably go in and find the remnants of the program, just saying.
Might be seeing if Barney can do that.
Did he ever find out where Carissa was going?
Yeah.
I told you I
it
called
was,
him about.
New Orleans.
I don't know about you, but I don't particularly want to go all the way out to New Orleans to chase after her.
He's not my top priority right now. This, my haven, I don't know who else's, was courtesy of Gregor. Hello, Darian. I'm glad we finally get to meet.
Yeah. I had hoped to not be here this long, but it looks like I'm kind of trapped.
So I heard.
I was just kind of looking at her feet.
To be fair, it's not her fault that they got away. It's mine.
I don't really care whose fault it was. If it's a problem, it's coming down on you too. And then, just like most of the times, I'll probably end up finishing cleaning it up.
See, here's the fun thing. And he'll actually reach in his pocket and give you a like GPS readout. That's where she's at all times.
That sounds like something you to keep track of then, doesn't it?
Oh, I've got one too. She gets close. At least you'll know.
I have enough problems to keep track of. This one is a problem for you and Shiloh to take care of if it rears its head.
Which it will.
She might have actually meant that she'll never return. Her friends.
And I'll know who to come calling to if hunters come into the city then. Because the two of you let one escape after knowing where we are and who we are. I don't care that you did it. Just know that if it's a problem, it's coming down on you two. be held responsible for.
If it makes you feel any better, I can make him forget whatever I want him to forget. So they can come in here and they can leave not knowing why they came here. Or even who they are.
Tory will take a step back.
Something that I want to use.
Tory's going to take a step back from him.
Good point. Why didn't you wipe her when you had the chance before I got back?
Personal history between you and her, and she had a gun on me the entire time. Second I moved, she would have pulled it.
You were Sabat, weren't you?
That would be correct. Part of the reason why I didn't want to get near you. Too many of us in one place, and they start looking.
She'll look at Shiloh, and I mean, she'll really look at Shiloh, and her eyes are more red than gold at this point. Do you trust him?
Probably more than I should, but definitely not as much as I did last night.
Yes or no, Shiloh?
Shiloh's gonna give Darian a stare.
You can tell the truth, it's fine.
Yes. I do.
Boots is here.
That's not good.
No.
Is he still here?
Not sure.
Who's Boots?
Somebody that will eat you in a heartbeat. They're Banu Hakim.
Most Banu Hakim will eat me in a heartbeat. A little more context would be appreciated.
Very high up in their black hand.
Oh.
The ruling fingers of the entire Sabat. The Dominions enforce their will and hunt down rogue Sabat defectors.
Yeah.
And there is at least 3 in this city now of probably fairly high
Priority?
Yeah.
What I heard, you weren't necessarily the highest rank, but you made a big hubbub when you left.
Wait,
what
you
happens
knew?
when you steal a piece
I
of the
asked
Book of
around.
Nod.
Oh, that's what you left with.
Yeah.
Everybody told me about the dog, and I was like, that doesn't seem...
Well,
I mean, it's a big deal, but, you know.
I was also Gregor's pet, so... But yeah,
Fuck that guy.
I stole a piece of the Book of Nod when I left to ensure some safety if I was hunted down.
You happen to still have that. Be
Unfortunately,
real nice to have right now.
I don't.
Okay. Well, that's...
Something came up and I no longer have it.
Whatever it was, I hope it was worth it.
You'd have to tell me. And she'll look to Shiloh.
You know something about that?
I didn't. I don't know what your angle is here, but I didn't ask for it.
I know
I
you
mean, I
didn't.
appreciate it, but
It was to buy
And
her
it's-
safety from Carissa.
Oh, well, yeah, I guess it's worth it. As much of a pain as she can be at some certain times, she's worth it. She needs to stop being so damn nice, though.
careful what you ask for. You might just get it. Jeez.
I don't think we need any more soul eaters.
I'm not saying quite to that extent.
It's usually all or nothing with us, though.
Yeah. At this point, I would settle for like a soul puncher.
I'm
It is
sure
what
this
it is.
isn't the conversation you wanted to get into with me. Was there something specific you wanted to talk about?
Well, I've been here for more than a couple days and figured since I can't really leave, I might as well actually make my presence known and offer any assistance if needed.
Was the Dominion
I'm
the
not-
only reason you were avoiding me?
Most part. There's other rumors that I've heard, but I don't really give a damn about those rumors. Like a short temper, and usually short temper leads to they'll fight you real fast. Which I don't see the short temper in you. Given the conversation that we've had. Now, other things I can see they're probably a little bit short, but we'll gloss over those. We all have issues at certain times. Your eyes.
Yes, well, I lost a little bit of control last night.
Hope it wasn't anybody that we liked.
Well, unless you're somehow still pro-Sabat, I doubt it.
Shit, no. Been away from there for long enough to know it's not the right place to be. At least
How
not with the
did
ideals.
you escape?
A pack got killed by a certain somebody's cell. Wasn't hers, but was her father's.
Good, so you have no ties to them anymore.
To be fair, technically speaking, I have closer ties with Camarilla at this point. But I don't have any ties with those either, because obvious reasons.
Also something to be concerned with. Are those bonds still active?
No, they wore off. They don't affect me quite as long as most people.
You had nothing to do with anything with Carissa tonight, or the past few weeks.
No. And if I did, good thing about being what we are is we typically can break them.
I don't have a problem with you staying. However, I would ask that you stay out of the northern part of the sprawl and the southern part of the sprawl. And this is roughly where I'll be staying, so you may want to choose another area here. If you choose to stay in the sprawl.
Lucky for you, I don't. Not much outside of it, but I don't.
Barney's the new Baron of downtown Shiloh. If you plan on
okay.
staying there. Dante was deposed a few hours ago.
Did it go smoothly?
He's still alive. There was no fight. He deemed it smarter to step down.
Seemed... I mean this with all respect, but he seemed a little out of place.
Yes, well, that's because Carissa appointed him as a baron, apparently.
Wait, didn't she also appoint Victor?
And Johnny.
Didn't know about Johnny. People she can easily keep under her thumb?
Exactly. What's easier to control than a gangrel? If you know how to push the right buttons.
Is that why she tried to move me into the sprawl?
You didn't realize that she was playing us?
I knew she was playing us, I just didn't realize the scope of it.
She was mildly irritated when I became the Baron because I was not who she picked.
You're also a lot harder to manipulate. More power to you.
I think she wanted you or Beth.
Ugh.
For what it's worth, wouldn't have worked out with Shiloh.
No.
I don't know. I don't play those games typically. It was just fairly easy to see she was angry when I got picked.
I don't know. Maybe I should have seen it earlier. Maybe at that point I was just so sick of the Camaria's games I didn't want to see it.
I wasn't sure what was going on. It was pretty easy to see that she was treating you like a pet.
I definitely saw that much at least.
Good.
Certainly had enough of that.
I would hope so. It's not a position anyone should be in. And I say that from first-hand experience. Do you have any other information, Darian, about any of the Sabbat or Camarilla stuff that has been happening lately?
Let's see here. Give me a couple days, I'll have the locations of the princes that are still in the city.
I have those
You mean
already.
the Primogen?
Yeah, Primogens, whatever. Those assholes.
I think I already have those. There's a few outside the city.
When I say in the city, I mean in the city.
If I remember correctly, Hush told her that, right? He gave her all of them.
Yeah.
Just making sure. I already have that information, but I won't turn yours down.
Well, we will cross-reference each other to make sure information's good. Mine takes a little bit longer. So.
Mine's about a week old at this point.
Should still be accurate.
Figured.
As far as the Sabbat activity, I don't have anything.
I didn't expect you to,
But
given how far out you've been out of it.
But I will tell you that if I hear anything, I will come to Shiloh first and then you.
Okay.
Is there anything I need to be wary of?
Well, I've given you the 2 places of the Sabbat that used to be my pack that I know about, who defected as well.
Okay.
And I also
Any particularly scary people that might be poking around?
Just in general, or from...
I told him about the Baron.
I was trying to get it from the horse's mouth. I don't think you turn into a horse, by the way, nor do you look like one, but, it's the same.
dogs.
I can see it.
Which is where I got Apollo from.
Oh, well.
It's quite fun
It's
when they
cute.
choose you to be the kennel master. Anyway, the Baron Samedi is around, and so is his child, Janine, I believe her name is.
That one's a problem.
Very much so. She is terrifying.
It'd be nice if I could do the thing on her and put her to our side.
Oh, no. You're not getting that close to her. No.
Yeah, I'm not going to, but it would be great.
If I had a choice, no one would do that to anyone else. I don't really think it's something anyone should go through.
It's not humane, but it does serve purposes at certain points in time, like making Ventru stop chasing a certain salubri.
And have you ever been on the receiving end of it?
No. However, after I left, I've used it a total of 2 times.
Let's keep it at that number, shall we?
Yeah.
I
Mind blank,
hesitate
you're good
to
to go.
think anyone should ever deal with that.
Or for personal safety or the safety of loved ones, if you can. The only logical reason to even think about using it. Not because they made you mad.
I don't want to know if you use it again.
As a last resort, and I don't intend on putting myself in a last resort situation.
You started to say something a minute ago, Shiloh.
And the conversations diverged, and I've lost my train of thought since then.
So, those are the only ex-Sabbat that I know about that you should avoid to not draw too much attention.
Do we know if that one leader person is still here?
Leader.
The one that led the ceremony in the park that first night?
I don't know anything about that.
Shiloh will proceed to describe them.
Does Tory recognize them?
Well, let's both roll some intelligence and resolve.
And resolve?
Or occult. Work too.
No, cult's better for me. Yeah.
I'll say probably difficulty 5.
3.
Would you like to spend any willpower?
Yeah.
Darian does not know, so.
I lost the dice again. Uh, 4.
They're probably not.
They're not ringing a bell to me.
Nothing for me either.
Oh, I know I already told you, Dee, but in interest of full transparency, when we got caught, they decided, at least I think it was they, pretty non-conforming. They decided to try and go fishing around in my head, and I was very mad at the time and did not let that happen. So that's when they decided to have Haley try and eat me.
Shiloh, why did none of you decide to inform me that there is that one some high ranking in the Sabbat here?
Again, Small told us not to say anything, and he was there. He was part of the team with Beth that got us out of that situation. He knew that they were there, and I trusted him to inform you when he thought it was a better time. Like, complete, dead, full honesty.
Why didn't anyone say anything when I got back? It's been a few days.
Because we had other things come up, and it honestly just kind of slipped my mind until right now. I don't know about the others. I can't vouch for them. You've also had a lot going on. And I wasn't sure.
This is a much more important thing to know. That's probably why the Dominion was sent here. Wonderful. So we had an archbishop and a Dominion.
If it's any consolation, we didn't see him the rest of the week or hear anything about them. I don't even know if they're still in the city.
What clan were they? Do you know?
I think they were Ravnos. They did something that made Steven freak out. But I couldn't see it, but he could.
Okay. I will ask some people.
Hey, be careful asking around. We asked too many questions, we're going to get noticed again.
No. These people, not so much. Gonna have, I guess, Barney and his gang do some research. They tend to cover their tracks a little bit better.
Okay.
Keep me informed, please, Darian.
I will probably know second because I'm going to tell Barney to tell you first.
It's fine. I hope no other information that was kept from me needs to be said. That's still a conversation I need to have with Samal. I was not thinking clearly when I saw him last.
Let me see. I just told you about would you call him the Archbishop?
Yes.
Told you about Haley, told you about Dell, told you about Ortega. You've met Darian. Told you about Carissa. Told you about Jen. Which, like I said, I'm not expecting you to do anything about that anyway.
Assuming that's the hunter?
Yes. Anyway. I told you about everything I know about.
Okay, so
I mean, Beth wasn't with us the whole time. I don't know what she's been up to.
I just very
And
much
Steven
hope
is Steven.
nothing else important was kept from me. I do not enjoy finding things out in the middle of a problem. The others should be here relatively soon, I think. I told them to give us an hour. Was there anything else you wanted to discuss, Darian?
I heard rumor that you can make beer.
Yeah, I can.
Next time you make some, let me know. I'll be by to buy some.
Yeah, I need to get the stuff to make it.
I don't have anything else to kind of add. If you run into some stuff that you might need my help with, I'm more useful than I let on to be. I'm not a Swiss Army knife, but I'm a big ass hammer.
What sort of situation should I call you for? Are you more of a warrior type? Or more of a mindfuck?
I can physically fight. I choose not to. Unless useful in those situations, but I'm not useless.
So call you in if I need someone mentally sabotaged, is what I'm hearing.
Yes. Interrogated and or a situation cleaned up that they don't need to remember.
Good to know. It's not something I have anyone for.
Disappointed, and you'll kind of look at Shiloh.
What, sad that I don't take after you as much as I should?
As much as I expected you to.
No.
Let's just say your friends got to me first.
Shiloh's a bit more of the I'm going to hide when something happens type.
Well, I guess she does take after me sometimes. You can blame that one on me. I told her just hide until you can actually do something about it. Never got around to actually showing her how to do something about it.
Sounds like it's time to correct those mistakes then.
Yeah.
And be a good sire. It's so rare that we have those.
To be fair, I wasn't bad. Could have been better, but I wasn't bad. Tried to keep her safe. Then we got captured.
Yeah, that was a really bad idea, by the way.
No, I will give you that. You're one of probably the better ones that most of us would get.
I'm going to leave before your friends get here. No offense to them. I don't want to meet them.
I would avoid Steven.
I told him.
Yeah. Had that happen one time. That was awful. But I'm fine now.
Steven will not be being around the new Malkavian that showed up last night.
Johnny agreed to take him?
Yes, I've already talked to Johnny.
Good.
Good. Hopefully they'll get some beneficial use.
Yeah, I wouldn't trust Steven with this, especially given what we've already seen with him and Ace.
But I'm going to leave because I don't want to deal with them. Too many new people makes my head hurt.
I don't blame you. She will give him her phone number. Both phone numbers, actually.
He will give her his as well.
If you are in need of anything, while I can't promise aid, I will try.
You will be the second person I call. I will call Barney first.
As you
He's
should.
my Baron.
But this
He's my
is
Baron, therefore, yeah.
a more personal capacity because of Shiloh.
And that's why if you need something, call me. Because of Cynthia. I know, it's still weird, isn't it?
Tell me
Weird.
whichever name you want to be called.
I like Shiloh better. Dad picked out that name, and that's a person I'd rather forget.
Wouldn't
There's
we
a way to
all,
do it.
as he said, wouldn't we all, as he walks out the door?
Hey, keep the rosary on you. I was serious about that.
Yeah. And we will find the rest of the coterie showing up right about then, next time.
Yep. Oh boy.
Good, because it is 2:00, and even though I know I'm probably not going to get any sleep, I probably should at least try.
That's fine. Thanks for joining us, guys. Check out our social media. There's link trees, there's Dice Legion discounts, there's the whole shebang. Please like, comment, subscribe, follow, share, that whole thing. It really helps, and it'd be great to get more viewers and like be more known because, yeah. Please. That was a quick one. Have a good one.
Yes, have a good one.
Night.
I'm assuming no post games tonight.
Yes, the last thing, join the Discord too, so you can see more Nosferatu.
Nosferatu, domains, baronies, lots of behind the scenes stuff if you actually we get people in there.
All the fun things.
All the fun things. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. Goodbye.